Hey everyone, after the Thanksgiving hiatus, I'm back to continuing the series. This is day 24, where I will be going over Stukov, Sylvanas, and Tassadar. I know the scheduling is a bit thrown off, but it's not too much of a deal. So let's begin. Stukov is from StarCraft. He's actually in StarCraft 1 as a ghost, but he has nothing special, even though I don't think he's actually a ghost. He's a Vice Admiral. You see his title, Infested Admiral. But in StarCraft 2, you can see him as the Infested version, and he is playable as a support hero. You can check out his abilities, they're pretty basic. He has a nuke that makes them take extra damage. We could definitely have armor reduction somewhere on him. He has spawns. We're probably not going to use that, and he has some regeneration aura. So in his tier, I'll put him at high. He is an AoE healer. Lurking Arm is amazing. You can also pin down the gate with it. Familiarity high. He has two builds mainly. One is Lurking Arm, and the other is the Pusto build. They're both good. An ARAM. We can check out his heroics. He has actually 2 displacement heroics, and they are not meant for they're not meant for damage, nor do they help support. So he has pretty much one displacement is an AoE, the other is a single target. They're acceptable. Which means he only has one healing ability, which is his first. His 20 upgrades for Flailing Swipe. Pretty much splits the ability into 3 charges. I would have adjusted the mana cost and cooldown so it's exactly a third of the original cost. I think it drops down to 25, but let's drop it down to 20. And his other heroic is the Shove, which is very positionally based. The 20 upgrade lets him spam it more and adds a slow. I don't know if I would like the cooldown part, because his Flailing Swipe heroic has like kind of reduced cooldown, you could say, by turning into 3 charges. So I think we could actually make Shove I don't know about calling it AoE Pierce, like Auriel's Push. His whole point of Shove is to take one person out of the team fight, or if you actually sneak around the team, you can push them deep into yours. So having an AoE Push isn't too bad. It would be kind of like Maze Avalanche. Where you can take multiple people out of the fight. I'd probably keep the heavy slow also. His other 20s, he has one that just increases the heal of healing pathogen. It's not that exciting, and I also don't think it's that strong. It's a conditional 30% heal increase. And his other 20 is related to his trait and lurking arm and pustule. That one's a lot more interesting, but there's some anti-synergy that I will talk about in his kit. So he can use his trait while channeling lurking arm, and you can see that you can drop healing pathogen before you use lurking arm and then detonate trait during lurking arm, but he cannot use pustule. Also, you throw pustule right before you do lurking arm. I would have added a talent that lets you throw pustule while channeling lurking arm, and the pustule comes out of lurking arm. It's like lurking dread from Orphea. This would probably be a 16 talent. You can also look at his talents. You can see he doesn't have... He actually has a lot for his traits. I don't think he has any generic talents. You can see they're all for his abilities, which is good. Also for his trait, I wanted at least a talent that maybe resets the cooldown of his trait, because a lot of his abilities depend on his trait, his healing burst and the pustule explosion. Pop. I believe he has a reduced cooldown somewhere. This one, targeted excision. Which I believe works when you have one weighted pustule. I would probably extend that to also have something with one weighted, not weighted pustule, one healing pathogen. Because that is actually pretty easy to achieve. You just throw the pathogen on the ally and then you pop your trait. Weighted pustule, having one target is actually harder, because it's a AoE piercing skill shot. Once you detonate immediately after it connects. I would make the effect like increased healing or damage dealt maybe by 50% if you only detonate 1 of a single type. is a pretty high value because it's conditional and slightly hard to achieve, as he's meant to be more of an AoE hero. Oh, he's also notable as having abnormally high damage. Like, abnormally high. I think he's probably the highest base damage hero. Slightly slow attack speed, but I mean, it's worth it. Let's see, his base is 261 damage. He'd kill himself in like 7 all attacks. I think he has only one quest, which is Beat to Touch, which already combined 2 talents, I believe. The slow part, slow attack, ranged attack. I actually don't know if I like that. I feel like I enjoy him being melee only with his crazy damage. Yeah, he's also only like the very few melee supports are actually useful for their damage. Rhaegar's another one who can actually attack. Uther, not really, even though he seems to have a lot of melee talents. He goes in because of his hammer's melee, not because he's good at attacking. I feel like his weighted pistol talents are also really insane. This one, the 50% range, you kind of need that. In this one, the free cast is also pretty much needed, since you would run out of mana spamming this. So I would probably nerf the talent slightly and just bake the nerfed part into the base ability. So I just reduce pistol mana cost slightly. Probably drop just this one. Mana cost reduced by like 10. So I would, like I said, have something that lets you... Actually, let's put down the abilities first. Have its trait, file kill switch. So I said weighted pistol, something to let us shoot from lurking arm. Let me actually check the range of weighted pistol. Actually pretty far, but its travel time is mediocre. Maybe let's just go over his talents one by one based on his ability. Healing Pathogen, we have one good spread. It's a bit of a refund. I'd probably change it. Biotic Armor is good. Also applies with his trait. 2.5 seconds, which is very good if you time it properly. He also has Super String, which adds another burst heal. When they are disabled, that one is pretty good. Because your only other source of burst healing is through your trait. Or I mean, we could change this one to, instead of they're instantly healed, just to make it synergize more with this kit, we can say Bio Kill Switch is detonated on the target, on the ally. So you can't actually get this to proc and then use your trait. But this allows you to trigger even if this is on cooldown. So yeah, we can make this change. You'll replace with Bio Kill Switch is triggered on that individual ally. Universal Carrier is kind of interesting. But one, there's a drawback. And two, I actually feel like it's kind of weak because I already just spam Pathogen on myself. And with this, it's not really a mana problem. And also, you can actually drop the Pathogen pretty easily if your allies don't come back to you. So I might move this to a 20. Because this one's really boring, top off. And I would change Universal Carrier to probably like Stukov has a permanent healing pathogen on him. So yeah, if he detonates it, it still works. He just gets a new one instantly. And no drawback. I'll probably move that to 20. This one is probably at 16-ish. I wanted... So this one heals more. For healing pathogen. This one is for weighted pustule. That one's for pustule. This one's for pathogen. This one's for lurking arm and pustule. Pox Populi actually adds extra heal. Because you can see the healing is over 4.5 seconds. 3 is 2/3. So it roughly increases his healing by 2/3. The numbers get thrown off since this spreads slowly and its travel time and all that stuff. But I mean, I like Pox Populi, we could keep it. The numbers... 3 seconds. Yeah, sure, we can keep that, I guess. I feel like matching this with Biotic Armor, though. Maybe 2 seconds. I think with Biotic Armor, because this slow is also 2 seconds. So yeah, duration reduced to 2 seconds. can maybe reduce the tier down also. So I'm also slightly nerfing biotic armor, duration used to 2 seconds. Just because his switch on pustule targets also lasts 2 seconds is why I'm making 2 seconds the prominent duration for him. This one, healing 3 or more. I probably have some type of targeted excision, which would be detonating exactly 1 healing pathogen or weight pustule. Increases effect by 50%. Detonating exactly 1 pathogen. Pustule. Pathogen or pustule increases its healing or damage by 50%. This one lets you spam him more and spam other abilities. So I kind of wanted to fuse the increased healing from here into this. Actually, we could even make the effect 100%. Yeah, let's make it 100% actually. We can maybe have, let's see, we have armor here. I was thinking, yeah, maybe let's use the name top off. If ally has full health during healing pathogen, gain shields. Based on gain shields based on extra healing, for let's say 4.5 seconds. Gain surplus as shields. Gain surplus healing. So yeah, since he is an AoE healer, if some of his allies are low, they get healed health. But the others, if they're full and they get hit by healing pathogen, they get shields instead. These things would also work with the shields. Increase the healing amount. This could increase it as extra shields. Gain surplus healing as shields. So yeah, it also works with bio kill switch. So it's meant to work with all his abilities and talents. This one might have a problem with top off. Let's say this one doesn't work with top off. Stukov gains a permanent healing pathogen. Doesn't work with top off. I mean, this one also has kind of a problem with universal carrier. Let's maybe change universal carrier. Yeah, I would probably change universal carrier in some regards. So I actually think a second charge to Biokill switch will be good on this hero, since you can use the switch on allies and enemies. It's hard to actually time it on both groups at the same time. It's a bit too hard, so I would actually add a second charge. Is this called like biotic mutation or something? Biokill switch gains a second charge. Cooldown reduced by 4 seconds. It drops down to 12 seconds. You get both charges. You get them back in 24. This is new. This could actually maybe be a 20. Since he does rely on Biokill switch a lot. We can maybe move this into earlier. Since he can detonate lurking arm. Yeah, we have one switch that works for both pathogen and pustule, one for pathogen. And we can leave one for pustule. I like popping pustules. Within 1.5 seconds, you can see pustule lasts 3 seconds, so you just need to weigh out half its duration. I'd probably buff the pustule damage in the first place. It's very low without popping pustules. And that thing makes the damage feel kind of too high. So I would say Biokill switch. Weighted pustule damage doubled to 200. Base damage. Well, actually, you can see the damage deals 100 there. So it is actually 200. You can see the pop deals about 200% of its effect. So maybe I would say like maybe like 150. Because, so targeted is excision works well with this one. And it actually hurts significantly. I would remove the damage off popping pistol and just have the AoE. I might also remove the sweet spot of the timer. Actually, on a Pox Populi might be too weak at 2 seconds. Let's maybe say 4.5 seconds. This is to pretty much say it refreshes healing pathogen. This is a buff, because I did remove the healing pathogen heal effects, such as this one, and this one. So I was talking about popping pustules. I will have this pustules, remove bonus damage, and conditional window. So yeah, so now the only effect is whenever you pop the switch, it will apply the AoE pustules to other enemies around it. It doesn't refresh on the target itself, but the AoE pop is actually pretty big, 3.75. Yeah, it seems the damage is actually based on the weighted pustule, not the switch. I think that's fine though. Because it's more for the AoE slow that you spread. And let's see, I think. Wait, a bug explosion switch. You can detonate lurking arm. Applies the heavy, slow, and silences, which is kind of irrelevant since this already silences. Instantly removes lurking arm. I feel like if we made it root, maybe instead of this one, detonating a pustule roots them. Because, and I would make the root work with low blow. So on top of being rooted, there's still silence for a bit. Which means I would probably change this one out. The refund, I don't really like it. Because this becomes super spammable. I like it when he just channels this thing because it has infinite channel duration. You have to be smart where you place them. I do like the expansion part. I might actually remove the penalty. Bonus damage, low blow. I might move out the 1 second persist onto it hungers, because I'm removing the refund part off that. So I don't know if I actually want stuff that combos Pustule and Lurking Arm together, since I have Lurking Arm can shoot the Pustule. It might be too easy for something like this to happen. So let's just jot down some of the things I was thinking of. Low blow. Remove the extra persist. So it's just bonus damage. Growing infestation, I would remove the penalty. Growing infestation. You have to interrupt Stukov. Remove channeling limit. Channeling duration limit. And we can also put this maybe as a high tier. And this one, between those two, it hungers, which we will remove the refund. Add the 1 second persist after channeling ends. So we took that from low blow. And then we could have virulent reaction. This might actually go into the weighted pustule. Count as a weighted pustule talent, which is using weighted pustule during lurking arm casts it from that location. Casts it from its location. Using weighted pustule during lurking arm casts it from its location. We can also see we have bio explosion switch. Let's change this to instead of applying pustule and silence, roots for 2 seconds. So the moment the enemy is about to get out, you detonate it. So then they are, instead of running out of silence, they become rooted. And if you have it hungers, they are additionally silenced because they're rooted in the silence. So we have a switch for every ability. This one is for the first 2 abilities. This one is probably 20. Okay, and lastly, let's look at the weighted pustule talents. We have his quest. I said I would remove the slow. I'll probably just scrap the the entire quest. Because it lets him spam it more. Reset the cooldown of bow kill switch. Oh, he does have a reset cooldown for that. I think I'm fine with just giving it 2 charges. I seem to be removing the extra buttons off all the heroes. So yeah, we can put this under weighted pestle. Name, I might actually use the long pitch. This also gives reduced cooldown. I'm not sure if I want that. I was thinking of the instant spread. I'm not sure if that's still a projectile. I've actually never used that one. Maybe I'll have a way to easily spread weighted pestle, such as, let's say after using a heroic, which makes it very good with this one because it has multiple charges. But this one is actually low cooldown. Oh, and I wanted to talk about this one. After using a heroic, the next weighted pestle cast launches its missile to each nearby hero. The next weighted pestle launches to each nearby enemy hero. We can maybe use the name. Actually, we have this one, shoots from lurking arm. We have open pistols. Oh yeah, I said I wanted armor reduction, right? Because we have corrosive blast. And this one is kind of like healing pathogen. Corrosive blast makes them take extra damage. Okay, we could definitely put that onto pistol. Maybe as a 20? Or actually, where did I say using weighted pistol during lurking arm? Yeah, this extends the range, so that's why I don't need a long pitch. I should probably call this the long pitch. This one, we could call it speed to touch, I guess. Then I said his ultimates, they were Flailing Chaos. Or Flailing... What did I say? Flailing Chaos? Oh, right, it's Control Chaos. Oh, Flailing Swipe and Massive Shove. So I said I wanted this one, Controlled Chaos. Cooldown reduced to 20 seconds. Cooldown and mana cost. Cooldown reduced to 20 seconds. Mana cost reduced to 20. Just so this is 60 divided by 3. And then we have push comes to shove. Remove, cooldown, refund, shove, massive, shove, pierces, drags, let's say pierces, drags every hero in contact. Still have the slow. And then the 220s would probably be Biotic Mutation and something else. So I kind of removed a bunch of Pusto stuff. Let's have armor reduction, yes. We can call this corrosion. Weighted Pusto reduces armor by 20. So you actually don't want to detonate. Reduces armor by 20 and for 2 additional seconds when detonating. When detonate. So the 2 matches the switch. Weighted Pusto reduces armor by 20 and for 2 additional seconds when detonate. So yeah, matches the switch. When they are slow, they still have the armor reduction. Yeah, like this type of thing after using Heroic, I was thinking of maybe using this a lot more commonly to have a long cooldown passive like this. You can see the 75-second cooldown. And so this would kind of work on a bunch of heroes. I just thought about it recently. On Stukov, it doesn't really work as well because his cooldowns are really short. This one is really short and this one becomes really short. So this one will actually trigger a lot more than, let's say, other heroes. Oh, and Feet to Touch also works with the long pitch. This one should actually be after 10. This one also could actually be early. See how many I have. I have like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We can have 2 more. So some things I removed was like violent reaction. Bunch of cooldown stuff. Which I removed. I never actually added back. Like you see faster cooldown for this, faster cooldown for this. Reduce cooldown. I have slightly reduced cooldown and extra charge, but that is at 20. Reduce cooldown for this one. Let's see, we have like 4 here. Extra armor, we have the opposite, which is armor reduction. Extra shields. Free bow kill switch. So yeah, the permanent healing pathogen. I'm just gonna say that targeted excision would ignore this part of him. Maybe he actually doesn't count as count into the counter anymore, because it really screws with this talent. So I'll just mention that. I guess I'll start pulling things down. I said I wanted this at 20. This one's definitely a 16 with no channeling penalty. Super strain. That should probably still be a 16. So we should have... Is it a bow kill switch at every tier? We have a total of 5. Let's have popping pustules. We have the heal, lurking arm, and pustules. And that third thing, I feel like we should have the roots. Which is this one. So since this is for lurking arm, we can have one for the heal and one for pustule. The pustule one is probably... Wait, third thing. Oh, and this one makes more sense. Especially since you can take this... This... Because if I put this at like 20, then you'd pretty much always take shove. Shove pustule. Because universal carrier probably is at 20. So this is pustule, this is for lurking arm. Instead of applying pustule and silence, root for 2 seconds. And then we have one for healing pathogen. Top off is actually pretty interesting. Let's put that there. So I need 2 more talents. These things... Trojan's probably at... let's say 7. This... and maybe Pox Populi? This is 50 health a second. Okay, maybe I won't have 4.5 seconds because this is now a super early trait. We might go back to 2 seconds. Duration reduced to 2 seconds. So yeah, with my plan, you can still max any ability you want. That's why this spread out throughout the tiers. Low blow can probably be 1, it's pretty simple. Targeted excision can also be 1.
Initialization in progress. Prepare for combat.
This one applies to pathogen and pustule. So we can have this compete with
Time remaining.
the lurking arm, and maybe let's kind of have a generic talent. Beat touch.
4, 3, 2, 1. Initialization complete. Eliminate the enemy.
We can maybe have attacks detonate pathogen, no, not pathogen, pustule on the enemy. Call that one feat to touch. So that means that's competing with targeted excision. It's not too bad, I think. Or we could also have something else there. Let's see. I might have mana problems since I took out some of his refunds.
Select a talent. Caution. A player has left the
Maybe every time he applies pathogen or pustule, gets 5 mana. So pathogen you can apply to all 5. That refunds 25 mana. That's almost half. Assuming a full team. Okay, maybe we have that one with targeted excision, so you can only pick one out of those two. The stronger effect one or the mana one.
Select a talent.
And then lurking blow. So then at 4 we would have the long pitch. And 2 more, let's say 1 for pathogen and I guess one more talent. So yeah, let's call this one Contagion. Contagion. Applying healing pathogen or weighted pustule. Restores 5 mana per target. This one competes with targeted. Wait a second. Yeah, with targeted excision. I added one. I also. Oh no, I have healing pathogen. This one is for healing pathogen. And we have long pitch.
Defeat.
So you can have this one or feat touch is attacks detonate weighted pustule on enemy heroes. so you don't have to use battle kill switch. You have pretty much the choice between the melee weighted pistol or the range one. I think Pox Populi might... Oh, no, never mind. Corrosion. This, let's reduce the value to maybe 15. Uh, 20 is usually for the 13 or 16 tier. That's why this is now 15. But yeah, I'm just checking through the rest of my talents. We have reduced mana cost to 40, weighted pistol base damage. Weighted pistol, let's see. Detonation damage. Oh yeah, this one needs a new name. Let's call this, Contamination. All the new ones I made start with C. Contagion, corrosion, contamination. Okay, actually, root for 2 seconds. I don't know if that's too strong. AoE root. What's only amazing with growing infestation, really? Well, you need all the lurking arm talents, and it hungers helps. Oh yeah, 2 seconds is what I kind of gave him as his signature duration to match that. Let's just leave it at 2 seconds. And this, wait, this is, okay, so we have, this 20 is an extra charge for Biokill Switch and Universal Carrier. Okay, so I think this is a good changes for Stukov. We just shuffled some things. You can specialize in each. You can specialize in other specific talents. I think I overall gave buffs to him. To his effects. I might have reduced his healing slightly. But that's fine. Next hero is Sylvanas. She is in Warcraft. Oops. She is based on the Dark Ranger. Well, she wasn't always corrupted. She got corrupted during the Warcraft campaign. And I believe she's a very prominent NPC now in WoW. Or she is, I think, now Chieftain of the Horde, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Her tier is high. She is good at pushing because of black arrows. Familiarity, not say medium. Let's just talk about her Warcraft kit. She has a silence, which you can see through Wailing Arrow.
You are Isandra's pupil.
Black Arrow, which adds extra damage, and when she kills stuff, they turn into skeletons. Well, I'm not gonna make her a summoner. She has Life Drain. They made it into a talent. Life Drain is just generic life steal for all damage, not just attacks. And she has Charm or Possession, which I believe this used to be, this ulti was Possession before they reworked her. And they also reworked Black Arrow. From what I remember, it was a passive that just stuns non-heroes for 3 seconds. So she was amazing at solo pushing. She can infinitely stun buildings. Right now her trait is it has an active and passive part. The passive part lets her do bonus damage. 25% all damage as long as she attacks them and applies the curse. And she also has the active part, which she can stun non-heroes for 10 seconds. Oh, sorry. This thing lasts 10 seconds. She stuns them for 3 seconds. Works on structures, works on mercenaries. This is also why she can solo camp pretty easily. And you can see she still has a camp-related talent. Mercenary Queen is that thing. I kind of wanted to change her trait slightly into, Black Arrow related. So it would be attacks and abilities applied Black Arrow debuff, which is her trait. And I wanted to make some of her abilities and talents do something related to this debuff of hers, instead of just being bonus damage. Such as making one of her ultis apply the silence and structure stun. I would move that into a heroic. It would actually be a nerf to her, but also a change, so she cannot push as easily, and she has to commit a heroic for this. Because there's no reason why she's actually good at pushing buildings and HOTS. I mean, that's not based on anything. But I will keep some semblance of it because that's how they design her in HOTS. Yeah, attack and abilities apply the Black Arrow debuff, which lasts, let's say 3 seconds. Its base effect. Maybe just a dot? Because Black Arrow does add bonus damage to her attacks. Yeah, this would be a long-lasting, very weak dot. Maybe it reveals too. But that's kind of, yeah, I would actually add the reveal so it would work with her heroic. I'll talk about it later. Yeah, it doesn't stack. It's not like Lunara. You're not meant to just stack 3 times and then just keep refreshing it. Or you are meant to refresh it, but it's not meant for damage. Should I make it do damage or just a reveal? Let's just add really minor dot damage. It feels like a dot. So we could adapt some of her previous talents into this set debuff, such as the one that makes her make minions explode and they die with black arrows. I think that doesn't do damage to non-heroic targets. I'm not sure why. I don't know if it was too effective because if the enemy's in a wave, the wave explodes and they do too much damage. This feels like a really weird reason to exclude it, so I would probably change up on that. Why is that J not flying? It bothers me. Like I said, I like mind control. It fits her charm ultimate. And the other one, Wailing Arrow, I would probably change that to enemies affected by Black Arrow are silenced. If it was our heroic enemies are silenced, non-heroic enemies are stunned. So with this change, you need to apply Black Arrow to all the buildings first, probably through your E, because it's a long-range AoE nuke, and then you apply your ultimate, so it can work in a team fight with the silence, instant silence pretty much, if you apply the curse, which means you need to hit the enemies in the first place, or you still have your old pushing potential because you can stun buildings. So yeah, I might just say so just make black arrows last a lot longer on non-heroes and last 3 seconds on heroes. Let's say 9 seconds on non-heroes, it's just 3 times longer. What is this carry Lucio build? Every non-support talent taken. So yeah, that's the ability change. This will be Black Arrow. Attacks and abilities apply Black Arrow. Apply, let's say debuff.
I'm impressed.
Was entertaining. Seems like my Your defenses are nothing. You dare.
Yeah, along with this change, I would also make a change to Shadow Dagger, which I don't like. So you pretty much just throw it onto the target that you're about to attack just to spread it. So I would change Shadow Dagger to it marks the enemy, and when anyone deals damage to that enemy, a portion of it is copied onto every enemy affected by Black Arrow. So it kind of has the old basis where it has some spread damage, but mechanically wise it works different now because it's based on Black Arrow. So I would probably buff the duration also, like 5 seconds. You can also see the damage is very low. She is ranged assassin.
Keep lost. Our core is under attack.
I would also probably change Withering Fire to be something more interesting. Maybe based on her actual attack damage. Which means I would have doubled the damage of this thing. I will think about that more soon. We have black arrows. Attacks an ally apply, let's say, black arrow debuff, which deals... The dagger deals 150 damage over 2.5 seconds. Maybe let's just take the dagger damage, which is 60 DPS. Oh, that actually might be a bit too high. Let's say which deals 30 damage per second and reveals last 3 seconds on heroes and 9 seconds on non-heroic enemies. So yes, a lot of her kit will be based on black arrows. So we have Shadow Dagger, which is being reworked to remove the let's say reworked to throw dagger dealing 130 damage. No, let's just shove all the damage together. 180 damage. And debuffs for 5 seconds. 20% of damage taken by enemy is dealt to every enemy affected by Black Arrow. %. Excludes itself, right? 20% of damage taken by enemy is dealt to every other enemy affected by Black Arrow. I don't know, 20% is too much. Drop this on the tank. Maybe let's say like 10%. And we can have talents that, you know, boost the effect of this. I'll presume the dagger also refreshes the Black Arrow talent since it counts as ability damage. Which means I wanted to switch out Wailing Arrow with Curse of the Forsaken. Black Arrow. Silences heroes and stuns non-heroic enemies. What happens if you refresh Black Arrow is the real question. Black Arrow silences heroes and stuns non-heroic enemies. Duration is based on Black Arrow. Also removes it upon cast. Black arrow silences heroes and stuns non-heroic enemies who have the black arrow debuff. Let's say instantly. Instantly silences heroes and stuns non-heroic enemies who have the black arrow debuff. Duration is based on black arrow. Also removes it upon cast. Pretty wordy. Might be a bit too complex, but let's try that for now. And we have mind control, which is fine. Remove reference to Banshee's curse. This is reworked. So yeah, Curse of the Forsaken, you cannot refresh it. You can see it silences for 2.5 seconds. I have 3 seconds here, but you need to tag the enemy beforehand. And Wailing Arrow actually has a very long cast range. A ting. I think that's fine. Also removes black arrow. Yeah, she also has Bolt of the Storm. That is a generic one. What's her attack range? 5.5, that's average. So I also wanted to change Withering Fire. Or maybe not. Cooldown's reset based on gain and take. Let's wait on that. We have our abilities. I'll need a new 20 for Curse of the Forsaken. In Dark Lady's Call, I would probably remove the cooldown. That cuts it by over half. So let's just buff the effect. Remove cooldown reduction. Increase duration. Let's say like increase duration by 40%. We still have the heavy vision reduction. So a 40% increase in duration makes it 2.45. About 2.5 seconds, which is half of the vision duration. So you have stronger effect, longer mind control. Yeah, and we have references to all her Warcraft 3 abilities. Let's actually look at Sylvanas in WoW. She should have an enormous lore page. I believe she actually got resurrected. Resurrect in WoW. Okay, fine, let's... Valkyrie. And what I remember, these have resurrected her. Sylvanas. Yeah, she does have a resurrection because of the Valkyrie. I might have resurrection or unkillable somewhere for her. But we can get to that later. Let's look at our abilities. We have Withering Fire, Shadow Dagger, Haunting Wave, and Black Arrows. Yes, I think just one quest, which is Unfurling Shadows. It's also really bad. But we pretty much have to remake all the dagger talents. So Possession, I don't really want this anymore. We just have the Heroic Possession pretty much. I like Unstable Poison. Unstable Poison only works with black arrows. Well, actually, I mean, the dagger technically... No, it only deals damage to its initial target. But if you get the reflection damage, that applies black arrows. Black only works with black arrows. Damage does affect heroes. I probably won't have Mercenary Queen. Probably won't have Possession.
Initialization in progress. Prepare for combat.
Never make promises I don't intend to keep.
So for Dagger, I definitely have something related to increasing the reflection. reduces the armor. We don't really need that. Let's take the name Cold Embrace.
Time remaining.
Shadow Dagger. Reflection damage to increased
3, 2.
increased to 15%.
Localized combat now beginning.
This game should definitely be going for Wave of Force if they have these two channeling ultis.
If this were easy, everyone would do it. I think you'll regret this.
Oh wait, we don't have a support, I just noticed. Oh, this game is about to be suffering.
Double kill.
And let's see. Well, the dagger does initial damage.
My spells are ready.
Debuffs for a pretty long time. We can maybe reduce the duration slightly and have a duration as a talent and have another talent that makes the reflection apply to the enemy itself. So it essentially becomes damage amplification or reduced armor in a sense. That does make them take bonus damage. So these are now like 3 talents.
Even be here.
Select a talent.
Because the last dagger talent is Lost Souls, which lets you spam dagger more. So I will probably happily remove that one.
My spells are ready.
And yeah. And we can talk about, let's see, her other abilities, Withering Fire. I know it has a reset when you use her teleport, which is what is it called, Haunting Wave. And then she has 2 charges of a Haunting Wave at some point. This one, oh, you can see the reset part is tied to that talent. She can shoot her quiver, wave, do it, shoot quiver again, and wave again, I believe. Which means she can fire 3 sets of Withering Fire.
I shall go to you.
So yeah, that's why I might split this one into 2 talents. Life Drain, I might have this earlier.
Your enemy has destroyed a fort.
Okay, so I said the Shadow Dagger. Let's Cold Embrace increases damage reflection. Cold Embrace. Maybe let's just call this one Lost. No, let's use Cold Embrace. And then we have Lost Soul. Shadow Dagger Reflection also applies on the target, making it take bonus damage. And then we could also just steal the name Unfurling Shadows. Shadow Dagger duration increased. Increased by 1.5 seconds maybe.
Core under attack by hostile.
So let's make the base maybe like 3.5 seconds duration. And 1.5 is about a 40% increase. Let's say this debuff is 3.5 seconds. Shadow Dagger duration increased by 1.5 seconds.
Alert. Your core is under attack.
And then let's have the Windrunner part is teleporting. Teleporting with Haunting Wave, resets cooldown of Withering Fire. We're gonna probably split this into 2 talents. We also have the damage of the wave. Maybe something that increases the range of the wave. Range is...
Alert. Your core is under attack.
Nah,
Life signs.
14 range.
Unresponsive.
It's actually pretty far.
MVP.
Maybe have this as like a 16 talent, Festering Wounds. We have Haunting Wave applies Shadow Dagger to every hero, to every enemy hero hit by it. So you have to offensively use Haunting Wave, and then once you teleport, you get the free barrage, right? This one increases her attack speed and spell power. She doesn't actually use attack speed. Other than for this one, Remorseless. But we can also have something that increases the quiver count, really. It's only at 5. This one is what lets you spam it more, which is at 20, kind of weird. But let's take the name Withering Barrage, increases Withering Fire charge count to 7, which is a 40% boost. Because of that, I would also probably change Barb Shot to be every consecutive Withering Fire shot has 50% increased damage. So you can see the 5th shot has 200% increased damage, 4th one has 150, and it keeps going down, right? So it's a total of 500% bonus damage. which is slightly more than barbed shot. But if you include the 7 shots, this hits even harder. So the last shot hits 300% increased damage, which is still not that high really. But you have to count for all of the shots hit together. It's MS, which you can refresh. Evasive fire. Over 1.5 seconds. Let's actually maybe make evasive fire. Let's give her grants evasion during withering fire, which is 1.5 seconds. This will be a rework. So you can trade with evasive fire. I probably won't give her unstoppable because she has that in Haunting Wave. That's overwhelming affliction slows them. We could have that. Just the slow part, not the bonus damage part. Let's say overwhelming affliction. Black arrows slow enemies by 10%. Attack and movement speed. So yeah, let's also have attack speed slow slightly. Slow enemies by 10% attack and movement speed. Withering fire reduces its cold. Yeah, the takedown part makes her supposedly a cleanup character, which is a bit weird. Yeah, we can definitely have life drain, damage dealt against enemies with black arrow, life steal for 10%. So you have to debuff them first and then you can start life stealing. Replace Banshee's Curse with black arrows. Debuff. So duration's 40 seconds. Let's say let's make the cooldown this one 60 seconds. Duration. Instantly senses heroes and stuns non-heroic enemies who have the black arrow debuff. Duration is based on black arrow. Let's say 100 mana. Do you keep 90-second cooldown? It's like a giant nerf. Let's say 60-second cooldown. And then this one deals more damage and sounds twice as long. 5 seconds. Let's maybe change this one to call it Might of the Banshee Queen. Where she applies apply black arrow to every enemy before heroic activates. So yeah, she can globally reveal everything and silence everyone. I don't know if she reveal. Maybe she shouldn't reveal. So yeah, she applies black arrows to every enemy before heroic activates. So she instantly silences every hero and stuns every building without tagging them. Which is very strong. And which means this might actually need 90-second cooldown. Last 10 seconds. Duration is based on black arrow's remaining duration. Debuff based on its remaining duration. A 100 mana, 90-second cooldown. 9 seconds. Maybe this is still too short for against buildings. Let's say like 15 actually. So you can silence heroes for 3 seconds and stun buildings for 15. But it is a 90-second cooldown, which is doubled. I think that's better. So this thing is probably late in the tier because it adds decent damage. This one could kind of be early. Evasive fire. This one's probably also medium-ish. We don't have that one anymore. This one applies Haunting Wave applies Shadow Dagger to every enemy hit by it. That one can maybe compete with this, which is... Well, actually, let's put Haunting Wave and Dagger. We have Haunting Wave, Withering Fire. Yeah, let's have a Dagger and Withering Fire, which is Echo Torment. Using Withering Fire also mimics its cast onto enemy affected by Shadow Dagger. Also copies its effect. Also copies onto enemy affected by Shadow Dagger. So yeah, let's call this one the Withering Fire talent, and this one the Dagger talent. Using Withering Fire also copies onto enemy affected by Shadow Dagger. So if you Withering Fire and Dagger the same enemy, they take double damage. Or you can hit 2 different targets. This one you can apply Shadow Dagger very easily onto multiple targets. Apply to a whole team, and then they share so much damage with each other. And this one just resets your quiver. And it's still there. I'll probably remove the second charge. We have these 16s that just reset each other, kind of freebie casts. Also related to each other. Yeah, I definitely need some more Haunting Wave talents. We have like, what, 4/4? Let's have... I actually have something that increases the damage of Haunting Wave. Or let's maybe make it silence. which makes it a very good initiation. Unless, let's see. Okay, yeah, another silence to haunting wave, because you can see her Warcraft 3. She has a lot of she has silence as her main ability, so we can definitely add another silence. Let's call this deafening melody. Haunting wave silences for 1.5 seconds. Silences enemies. Or let's call this haunting melody. So this is a total of 90 damage on heroes. If we had a 20 trait that improves the damage or the duration. So instead of resurrection, I would give her unkillable. Maybe as a 20. Let's call this lamentation. Using haunting wave or teleporting with it makes teleporting grants unkillable for 2 seconds. So you can spread this out to 4 seconds, assuming you don't get like interrupted or CC while you're trying to spread it out. This is probably a 20. This is probably 13. We could definitely have some more. We just call this like Screech. Haunting wave has 75% increased damage. Or maybe like 50%. We have what? 12, 13, 14, 15. We have space for 2 more. So let's probably have one more talent. Let's see what I didn't really go over. The teleport. I mean, we have Haunting Wave. I don't need to give her another teleport. This one I took out. We don't need another Unstoppable. Something with basic attacks. Morseless. Let's see what else I didn't really put. I think I talked about everything else. Let's just put down some stuff. We have Lamentation. The set of 16s where they kind of have free cast of each other. We have Windrunner. We have Festering Wounds. And we have Lost Soul. No, not Lost Soul. We have Echo Torment.
Initialization in progress.
And then 13 we will have probably this Haunting Melody.
I will get my target. That is what matters.
Lost Soul.
Let's all blend together.
And
Time remaining. 10 seconds.
once we make Barbed Shot to 20.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the battle begin.
And increase the damage bonus. I don't know if I like the reset on takedowns. It still feels kind of out of place. I'd probably remove that. And maybe make the 3 black arrow talents be on the same tier. I don't think anyone would actually want to take all 3 of them. Really. Because they're kind of weak, so I might put all 3 of them at like 1.
Let's get this done.
So you can choose to take the life steal, the slow, and what was the third one? Detonates minions. Okay, yeah, makes them explode. AoE damage.
Select a talent.
May the crystal and
Kill confirmed. Select a talent. Death status confirmed. Double
So let's say Black Arrow. Black Arrow decreases attack speed, movement speed, slow, reduces attack speed, movement, speed, and spell power by 10.
Focused, but alert.
On heroes. So life drain, yeah, it works on structures, kind of weird, but also works on minions. I don't think anyone on my team knows I have all these solo battles.
You are now dead.
Does anyone on my team actually notice? Anyways, reduces AS, MS, and spell power by 10, and spell power on heroes by 10%.
Take caution.
Fine.
Vital signs negative. Have been slain. Enemy defeated.
So we have damage works against any enemy. Damage works against any enemies.
One gets away that easily.
So yeah, let's have these at 1. Let's just put them alphabetical, I guess.
Let's get this done.
Select a talent. Vital signs negative. Double kill. Enemy hero terminated.
Good. That will help us. That's the one.
Maybe change Remorseless to like basic attacks deal 50% bonus damage against enemies affected by
Select a talent.
black arrows.
Been healed.
And we'll put this at like 4 or 7.
Killing.
Not at 1 along with the other black arrows. Talents.
Double kill. Fort destruction complete.
So yeah, let's use the name Remorseless. I won't have the bonus range. Attacks deal 50% bonus damage against enemies affected by black arrows. I don't know, 50% might be too high. Let's say maybe like 30.
Back to business.
It's just good for sustained DPS. We have these three at 1.
I have my target.
Unresponsive.
And then we have... This is probably at early... let's see, 4. Screech is probably a 4 also. Pretty simple. Do I have things at 13? No, I don't. I would have the Silence. Probably Lost Soul. And... maybe Evasive Fire. Which makes Cold Embrace definitely at 7. Along with probably Withering Barrage if Barbed Shot is at 20.
I've been healed. Good. As you say.
Enemy defeated. Well fought.
Maybe move the cooldown on takedowns into a talent instead of the base ability.
Negative. Killing spree.
Well played.
Double kill. Select attack.
Suitably done.
Killing spree.
Okay, so if I have this at 100%, the 7th shot does 600% bonus damage, which is 39. Let's say 40 times 6, 240 for the final shot. Is that too strong? Because we have to add the cumulative of all shots. So we have 280 times, well, 32. Yeah, the damage of that might actually be too high.
Defeated.
So let's say it's 75%
Select
per consecutive shot.
double kill.
Like this Anduin thinks I have a death wish. He has to babysit me.
Triple kill. Quad kill.
Yeah, so we have to take down
It's my good.
not as a 20 because it used to be part of our base kit, which I removed. So we will have Barbed Shot at 20. It kind of feels like it's their signature attack for some reason.
Vital sign negative.
And I think I have space for one more. I need to double check that.
Enemy hero terminated.
Maybe I have another one related to black arrows. Oh my god, that pull threw me off. Okay, so we have this at 13 along with Lost Souls and Evasive Fire. Barbed Shot, let's say 75%. This let's call this a rework. Consecutive Withering Fire shot on same enemy.
No one gets away that easily. Let's get this done.
Let's say stacks.
Vital signs negative. Double kill. Triple kill. Quad kill.
From one monster to another. Good riddance.
Yeah, we have consecutive Withering Fire shot on same enemy has plus 75% stacking. Has plus 75% stacking damage. This is a 20. And then we have what these three at 13 along with, wait a second, we have 4 spaces, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I need a 4th one. This is at 7, this is at 7. This can be either 4 or 7. Let's maybe make this 4. Yeah, let's make this one 4. Because I will have one more black arrow talent, which is... Let's see what's a nice... No, wait, I wanted the takedown for Withering Fire. Hold up. Text. Okay, let's put this at 4. We have this at 4, okay. We will remove Remorseless. I'll probably just delete it, but let's just put it here for now. We have this one, along with the Withering Fire takedown. Just call this marksmanship. Takedowns. Reset Withering Fire cooldown. Moved from base kit into a talent. And lastly, we have this one, which we call Corruption. Black arrows deal 1% of their max HP as damage per second. And we probably remove Remorseless. This is why. Damage against enemies with black arrows, lifesteal for 10%, doubled. Against heroes, doubled. I don't know if I can cram that. Doubled against hero. So this 1% is kind of like Mathiel, slightly weaker. I mean, I don't see why he has a monopoly on this, but this is very effective against buildings. You just tap it once, and it will guarantee 15% damage, but that's over 15 seconds. This is very good at chipping against buildings. And if you want to do stun buildings, you need the heroic. Alright, she cannot stun bosses. Else, yeah, too easy to just take boss camps. Reflection damage also applies on the target. Yeah, so this one pretty much guarantees barbed shot because there's no like... This one doesn't aim at any other enemies. It targets the daggered person. I'll presume it does a range limit and maybe vision. Okay, so this is Sylvanas. I bet she's actually a pretty old hero too. I gave her a bunch of touch-ups, her trait, her dagger, and her heroic. So hopefully it's more fitting and synergistic. Lastly, we have Tassadar, who is a hero from StarCraft. He is based on the High Templar, which we will check out. High Templar. Let me just check his lore page. I don't remember if he was ever a playable character. StarCraft 1, he's just based on High Templar, but... Acid. He should not be in StarCraft 2 because he's dead. He dies in 1. Okay. So yeah, we can look at the High Templar unit. Where is it? Oh yeah, that pretty face.
Thank the light, a trustworthy ally.
We've got this.
So yeah, they have like Sonic Storm. So yeah, I would actually remove the consecutive damage part. That's not a part of Sonic Storm.
The battle begins in 10 seconds.
It also doesn't stack, which is true.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. To arms.
So yeah, he also... I'll just skim through the other abilities. He has Archon Warp, which requires another Templar. But we just have it as a transformation here in HOTS. It's fine. And he has Hallucination, which creates illusions. Probably not going to have that in HOTS. So let me just talk about the HOTS Tassadar. He is, I believe, the only hero who underwent a role change. He used to be a support, now he's a carry. Because he could shield allies before. I think he could even shield buildings. And it gave them like lifesteal when they were shielded or something. Now he has actually like 3 builds. One for each of his damage spells and 1 auto attack build. His tier, I would put him at... I don't know if I should put him at high, because Force Wall is actually very strong here. Yeah, I would put him at high just because of force wall, else he is medium, solid DPS, burst damage with shock array. And his 20, the infinite archon is also pretty strong. Assuming he gets there. Yeah, let's put him at high. Familiarity, let's say medium. I've tried all the builds, I guess. So yeah, I'd say I would change the storm to not do increased damage over time. So let's just buff the base damage by, let's say like 50%. I need to check if those numbers are reasonable. He also has ways to cast extra storms. Through, I think it's 7 talents. Either through attack or through shock ray. And his 20 for black hole also creates extra storms. So the damage doesn't stack, but the damage bonus stacks. I won't really talk about that part because I'm removing the damage bonus. So yeah, notably I won't make the effect stack because Sonic Storm does not stack in StarCraft. So let's say the damage is 76 DPS times 3, 216. Let's just, yeah, 50% damage should be fine. Psionic Storm. Remove consecutive damage increase. Increase base damage by 50%. Oh yeah, I think Force Wall was also his other old heroic when he was a support. And he got Black Hole as his new heroic. Wanted to mention that. Yeah, because I was thinking about his heroics. He has the Archon, a transformation, but he is allowed to use his base kit. And he has Black Hole, a long range, slightly displacement ability that does have a stun with the sweet spot. So yeah, like the Infinite Archon for 20, I will keep it. Because I feel like he was one of the first people to have an Infinite Heroic. And I don't think it does anything else. Notably, cooldown doesn't start until his transformation finishes, so it's not like he can get a actual infinite ultimate like Sonya, who could, because the cooldown started upon cast. Yeah, I'm talking about the second ultimate when they get it back again. Tassadar is slightly different. Remove consecutive damage increase, base damage increased by 50%. This I said high, this one I said medium.
Our forge is lost.
And his talents, let's put them down. Shock Ray, Sonic Storm, Force Wall, and Resonance Beam. I was talking about his heroics. We have Archon and Black Hole. So you can see Black Hole is with the Sonic Storm build because of Kugo Blitz. So Twilight Archon is fine. And then we have Kugo Blitz. Which is one reason why I sometimes make heroics that are related to abilities. Because all of the storms created by Kugo Blitz is talented, I believe. Probably check that just to be sure. Yeah, see, it's affected by all talents. I'd probably move Force Barrier early. It's pretty underwhelming as a 20. Colorless Gift is okay. Up to 20% passive spell power for you and your team, as long as you guys are hugging each other. The range, I think, is pretty big, 8.25. Yeah, you happily use the spell power for your 2 nukes. He also has a few quests, such as Stack Charge, Kadurin Amulet, which might be the name of the mana upgrade on my Templars. Or it should be Kadurin Amulet. This one, Plasma Shield, helps some mitigation with shields. Also works well with Archon because you have a permanent resonance beam active. Well, it's charged to 100%. This one is good. It lets you also have a free cast of Sonic Storm, which it competes with this one. Casting Sonic Storm causes your next shock ray within 3 seconds. So yeah, I don't know if I like the within 3 seconds part. So to effectively use it, you use Sonic Storm and then you wait a bit and then you ray because the storm damage doesn't stack. Other things, Oracle, I don't really like giving people vision talents since some people have vision abilities, which makes the vision talent sound a lot stronger. Shadow Walk, I think that's based on Windwalk. I don't really know why he has it. I kind of like Force Wall to be your only defensive tool. So this one helps with, say, the refund. I don't really like that. Plus, I want to make sure all the talents work well with Kugelblitz. So I was looking around at the Sonic Storm talents. We can definitely have something that increases the AoE. We can call it like Sonic Tempest. Increases Sonic Storm area of effect by 20%. The AoE is 2.75. Times 1.2, 3.3. Slightly bigger. Yeah, maybe that's the one tap. Oh, I kind of wanted this Sonic Storm Quest. Actually, I don't know about like the free cast. Sonic Echo. So his attack range is actually 6.5, which is slightly higher than default. Well, his attack is a bit special. It's kind of like Zarya, except it also slows. I mean, this feels like the Void Ray from StarCraft 2. I believe it's called Prismatic Beam. So maybe let's have that. When Resonance Beam is fully charged, gain +1 attack, range, and plus 100% attack damage. When trait is fully charged, gain +1 attack range and plus 100% attack damage. I believe Arc Discharge actually works during Archon. So yeah, you can get a free Sonic Storm every 10 seconds. Plus 100% attack damage. You can see he gets his DPS is really low, 56, right? You double that with this max charge is 112, and then if you triple that instead, it'll be 150 DPS, which is decent. This is for all attacks. This one's pretty basic. So this one also... Wait, but does Resonance Beam does not work under ulti though, right? Does it? Up the amulet. $140 damage. So you're telling me... Wait, let's say this is level 10. Actually, I don't know what the damage of this is supposed to be. You can see this is 140 damage. So this is 207 damage. Are you telling me
Choose a talent. Choose a talent. Choose a
Archon?
talent.
207 damage. And then you can see arc discharge works.
First blood.
Okay, yeah. This damage bonus doesn't apply to Archon. Okay, yeah, right here. Affected by the damage bonus. So it's affected by the range, I believe. Yeah, it doesn't bounce, doesn't work with that reward. That's why we have Prismatic Beam. I'd throw away those two. I'd probably throw away the extra Sonic Storm copy. This one's kind of weird too. If you want to be a Sonic Storm master, you would go Black Hole with Kugel Blitz. So this one is what new. I would throw away Sonic Confusion. We will have a quest. Let's call this. Feedback is good for Archon. Especially. I mean, it's also good for normal attacks. Just for the heavy slow. Psychic Shock. Deals damage faster, which makes it stack damage faster. But I don't have stacking damage anymore. So for my version, this would just be bonus damage. Oh, wait, this is related to Resonance Beam being fully charged. We could maybe move Psychic Shock to that. To what, 7? And then. Because the tick rate, it's a lot easier to have this dynamically change than the AoE. 25% faster damage. Effect only when Resonance Beam is fully charged. Which means we're moving this off 16. I'm probably putting this one. How big is 40%? 2.75, right? 2.75 times 1.4. It's almost size 4. It's actually enormous. I think that's okay. As a 16-ish. We would have like a 16... No, 16. Sonic Storm Quest, let's call this. Lingering Storm Quest. Have 10 heroes be hit by all 3 seconds of it. Reward is +1 second duration. This would be at like 1, this would be at 7, this is 13 and 16-ish. We have this. Resonance beam is fully charged. Increased range and damage, attack damage. And then we have beam alignment, which probably needs some tweaks. Can you just do a super heavy slow? Remove faster recharge and mana reduction. Slow increased to 50% for 4 seconds. Remove faster recharge and mana reduction. Slow increased to 50% for 4 seconds. So you have increased DPS for Sonic Storm, increased attack capabilities, or a super heavy slow. This is perma MS induction. I don't know if I really like that. And Thermal Lance is good at hitting tanks because it's percentage-based damage. Also makes it go through armor. I think this is one of the highest at 8%. I might have a range talent for Shock Ray. It is very long. 13.5. Actually, what's the range of Black Hole? Black Hole's still longer. I was thinking of 40% increased range talent for Shock Ray. %40 increased range, 40% increased AoE, and then we have Executor's Will. Okay, let's jot down something. Let's have Thermal Lance be Shock Ray has 40% increased range. So the cast time stays the same. He needs to channel this longer. This is technically a channel because you can interrupt him. He begins Shock Ray. So let's see what else we have. We have Electric Fence. It's good. Force Barrier, I probably remove it off 20, remove the cooldown bonus, remove cooldown reduction. Defects, increased duration is by like 25%. The increased range might be a bit too high. It's up to like 13.5. Move cooldown reduction, range bonus reduced to, let's say 20%. Other things, Kala's Gift, we can probably keep. Yeah, it'll be at 20. We have Executor's Will. I will turn this into a passive somehow. Yeah, you remove the full resonance beam charge part. If you manage this one, you can also infinitely get this effect. Especially with Prismatic Archon, it's pretty easy. Twilight Archon. I believe the spell power part stacks. Maybe just change Executor's Will to when trait is fully charged. gain. Maybe like 50%. Abilities. Ability cooldowns recharge 50% faster. I'm removing the active instant charge and the spell power. So this lets you spam more as long as you can keep the uptime, which is either through Archon, it permanently has charged Resonance Beam. You need to keep attacking to refresh, or you can take this quest since it also grants some charge progress as long as you hit with Shock Ray. So all of these actually work pretty good with Kugel Blitz. So that's fine there. We need a 20. We might actually put Executor's Will as a 20. Just because it can't compete with our permanent Archon if we put it down there. So yeah, you can choose between permanent Archon for good attacks or Executor's Will. Let's say 100% faster recharge, which lets you spam twice the amount during Archon, or if you can manage your trait properly. Let's have this at 20, along with Kala's gift. Yeah, so let's put that there. Let's see what I can squeeze in when Resonance Beam. No, I can't. Okay, so we just need like 15. We have 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We need 3 more. Force Wall definitely needs another one at least. Force Wall. I was thinking of changing this into, instead of just a wall, like a U, like Leoric's ultimate, or would a straight up ring be too strong? I feel like that'd be way too strong. The range, duration, DPS. Yeah, let me actually check how Leoric's is kind of worded. So we could call this one Force Entrapment. Creates 2 additional walls. Creates 2 additional perpendicular walls. Similar to Diorix in Tome. Creates 2 additional perpendicular walls for force wall. Creates 2 perpendicular walls. Force entrapment. Creates 2 perpendicular walls for force wall. Similar to Leorix in Tome. Because I feel like I just cannot describe it well. Yeah, this is actually pretty good. This along with spamming through Executor's Will. 9-second cooldown. Uptime of 2.5 seconds. Makes it a pretty spammable path blocker. Maybe let's just put down some things. This is definitely a 16. I feel like these 2 are kind of like 16s. These seem to go at 7 as a set, and then we have the quests at 1. That's at 7, this is at 7. Along with beam alignment. And then we have the quests, this one. This one and Lingering Storm. Plasma Shield's pretty weak. We put that at 4. So that stays there along with Electric Fence. So we have feedback. We probably leave this at 13. I removed a bunch of other things at 13. And we have Force Barrier is probably, I think it has to be at 13 now. So we have a space at 4 and a space at 13. So I might have taken away too much of the shock ray damage. So we have increased range there.
My will is my own.
Feedback reduces just physical armor. Maybe more ways to charge Resonance Beam easier would help. We have through his Shock Ray, through attacks, and then... Easy way would be through Sonic Storm if every tick increases charge by like 10%. Yeah, I'll probably definitely put something like that. Let me just check the tick rate. That was 2 per second. So with the ray, if you hit half the team 3 out of 5 heroes, you can get full charge. Let's say for the storm, if you hit, it's 10% per hit back. 2. No, I think that's well. If the enemy stays in it for a few seconds, you get a bunch of charge.
You have my thanks for now.
So yeah, we can put this one at 4 if that's the only effect, is increase the resonance beam charge. And then we would have one more at 13, which I probably need something related to Shock Ray. Shock Ray's damage. Or maybe make it reduce no, Archon reduces spell armor. And feedback reduces physical armor. And slows. He actually has a bunch of random slows everywhere. And armor reduction doesn't stack, so let's maybe change it around. Maybe Shock Ray does bonus damage based on resonance charge, resonance beam charge. Yeah, let's actually have that at 16. Let's push Thermal Lance the range part. Maybe do 13. Increases range, maybe width. I was thinking of actually moving all the slight skill adjustments and numbers to 13. So I would switch feedback with Sonic Tempest. So the shock ray damage is still at 16. It will be 100% increase in damage because resonance beam can go up to 100%. And maybe we can call this... let's see what name I would call this. Maybe I'll call it like Melting Point. So yeah, let's see. How about, so if I move feedback to 16, is that too weak? I don't think so. Especially with Sonic Tempest. So we have this one goes down here, Thermal Lance goes back up here. Has 20% increased range and width. And then I have Melting Point. Oh, and the Sonic Storm one, I don't think I gave it a name. I called that one like Stack Charge. If that name hasn't been taken for anywhere in Tassadar's yet.
Enough of your insolence.
So this one melting point is shock ray deals bonus damage. Deals up to 100% bonus damage based on resonance beam charge. Deals up to plus 100% damage based on resonance beam charge. We have feedback, force, entrapment. And then... oh no, stack charge is up there. Let's call this one... like some type of absorption. Well, it's just cause like let's say arc conduit. Every hit of psionic storm increases resonance beam charge by 10%. Because here is 33%. So psionic storm hits 2 times a second, I believe it says, every 0.5 seconds. So you can build up 20% per hero. Every hit of psionic storm against heroes, I need to specify that.
The battle begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Commence combat operations.
Every hit of psionic storm to heroes, increase resonance beam charge by 10%. Maybe change Executor's Will to not only kick in at full charge. So just every 1% charge recharges 1% faster. Maybe buff Kala's gift to be... Or I should... 20% for entire team. No, that's fine. So yeah, let's see for Tassadar. I removed some of his defensive options. Yeah. Yeah, let's change this to ability cooldowns recharge 1% faster, or for every resonance beam charge. Yeah, I have a lot more things I interact with this trait, Resonance Beam. You have this 20, you have like Melting Point. You can also build up easier with the 4 talent. If your focus was to build up Resonance Beam. Well, for each.
You've been struck down.
Patience. Our time.
Also remove the free casts of Sonic Storm
Defeat can
just to focus on a stronger Sonic Storm and Kugel Blitz.
MVP.
So yeah, that should be it for Tassadar.
Serve with honor.
That's all for today. See you next time.